Okay, okay. And microphone's good. Audio should be good. Okay. Question is, why is this not good? Yeah, Unity's back to working. I don't know why it's doing the, like, let me fail now. Just for fun, but it's back to working. Except the thing that I added is not. Which is ring clone here, which is the instantiation of a ring. Trying to get the mesh renderer, materials color. And it's saying it can't seem to find it. So when I go to the ring and I get in children, it's like look for the mesh renderer in children. So like if I look under the peg here, which is changing the color of the peg just fine. Mesh renderer in children. Is it just the one child that you're gonna look under? So I have to put the colliders. Or you're saying I need to remove this. I don't really want to move that though. You dumb. It doesn't feel like I need to do that. But you seem to not be able to find this mesh renderer.
I gave it all that I had. Only a child when you left me. Is it so much that I'm saying that? Gave me 2 hours when I touched down in San Francisco.
Because that's how I'm doing the peg too, right? The peg board is looking for the pegs. Yeah, mesh renderer. Pick component to children mesh renderer, and then saying material.color. So then I go over here, and I say this object's mesh renderer material.color. Oh, unless I didn't add a color manager? That might actually be the issue. Yes. Lol. The easy part, not the hard part. There we go. Okay, now I could toss, there we go, a red ring onto a purple. It's not the purple I was expecting. It's more of a pink, but that's okay. There we go. So these are some nice bright colors here. Yeah, so it definitely needs to show what kind of ring you're about to throw. And then okay. Let's just do the Unity action to make sure that it's scoring. Then I can determine the colors to determine extra score stuff. Well, okay, and I think figuring out the radial scoring thing is going to take a little bit too. But I do think it's a neat idea. Okay. So, the game manager, which doesn't have anything in it right now. So I need the Unity. Yes, it's just, I gotta stop everything because it just needs a reset. Obnoxious, I hate it. Oh, you list this, but you don't. I guess you don't list purple and orange and stuff. Obnoxious. Okay, I don't need these. Unity action. There we go. So I need the thing that is going to do the action, and then the other thing that is going to... So the ring is the one that's going to have the action. Okay, so let's just hope that Unity is going to be a little less stupid. Okay, score, action. Let's just hope that Unity lets me run things for a while. Okay, so now that's the score action. So it has an... Dang it. So it has a score action. Then the action for the game manager here is going to be this. Hopefully. No, it has to be within the, yeah, it does not exist within the current context. It's because I need the ring to tell the game manager that it's scoring. And I thought I could use that with an event. It's if I have a list of rings. I mean, this is the thing that's spawning the rings anyway. Also, I actually will take the ad break.
I've been stuck for days, nothing in my brain. I can't feel a thing, feel a thing. Caught up in a dream.
Okay, I have two things that I want to do for peg scoring. So first thing, it needs to be when the ring determines that it is trying to score, it should save the peg. So this is the scoring peg. So it's a game object. game object and the scoring peg. So the scoring peg is going to be equal to whatever the other game object. Well, okay. If it's not a ring. I mean, there's got to be nothing else that it's going to be, but maybe let's just say if it is a peg instead of it's not a ring. So we go over here to the peg, add a tag for peg, and then you can be tagged as peg, you can be tagged as peg. We're doing it individually because it didn't want to do both of them last time. It didn't want to do all at once last time, so we're not going to do all at once. Okay, I am assuming I'm live simply because it says I'm live, but let's just double check because I'm not getting the typical hellos. I mean, it is an entirely different time to be streaming. I'm not typically streaming in the middle of the day on a Friday. Okay. Also, I see a hello there. Like I said, I was just forgot to say hello. I mean, like, it does help, at least for me to know that the stream is live, if there is in fact a person there. I mean, I can kind of see the stream avatars too, which tells me that there might. And see, that's the thing with the stream avatars. It tells me if there might be some. Update? No, not on update. Oh, on trigger stay. Wait, okay. On trigger stay. would be this. Actually, maybe not on trigger enter then, if I'm going to be checking that it's staying on top of something. Okay, and then so now if the score time is greater than time to score. that's not okay, wait, current score time versus score time. Some kind of variable to track the I did that all backward. That is okay. So something like that, and then current score time. I need one to track the variable, and then one to track if it actually is over the top of the score time. So then this would be score. Okay, and then for the, in the case of debugging, scoring. So that should say, okay, it's gonna score for a little bit of time, and then actually, once a certain amount of time has passed, it'll score. So I need you to be serialized field. Don't you need the brackets? Why did you not do the brackets at the time? Okay, wait. You are in the Unity. There we go. Get my privates separated from my publics. You're gonna complain about the fact that this doesn't exist? I suppose that's fair. Was it the thing that you were complaining about where both of those didn't exist? Yes, okay. So now, hopefully it'll say for a little bit of time that it's scoring, and then after a certain amount of time, the ring. Profab for the ring. Who has the... Okay, I lied. What was the script I was just looking at? The game manager there. The game sometimes says, that's loopy in the player. I was thinking of doing a bunch of announcer voices. You know, like, marvelous, fantastic, wonderful. That's loopy. I'll be dipped in nacho cheese. It's that line from Advance Wars Days of Ruin that I repeated the beginning of that mission so many times that the guy saying, I'll be dipped in nacho cheese. Somebody put that boy in charge. Just such a funny phrase to me. Yeah, no, I'm kind of thinking of having it so that the text, it just has its own, like, physics. So it just throws a word on the screen that's just like, great, fantastic, wonderful. That's loopy. Monster kill. Just dumb nonsense like that. Nice cock. It's very tempting to work on that kind of polished stuff now, but I'm like, no, I need to make sure that the scoring is working, and then I want to make sure that the score, like, you can actually score in a loop. Because I think those are the unique things. So, yeah, Wii Sports, and I love the announcers. Super Smash Brothers. Those kind of things. Hydro Thunder. Yeah, I love all the like. I think I even have. Do I still have that audio somewhere? Yes, I do. I have the Hydro Thunder audio still. I found it to add it there. Overkill. Pentakill. Especially because it doesn't even, like, attach itself to throwing a ring on a peg. Pentakill. But that is a later me thing to work on. I gotta get the current me things working. Okay, I just need to test and see. Hopefully I can land. There. Scoring ring scores. I don't think I added a time to that. The game manager. So it has no... No, game manager doesn't have anything or do anything, and it doesn't even exist. That probably should be added to this. So that I can use it at some point, because I do think I want to use it at some point. Okay. But that's neither here nor there. The script that I was working on was the tosser? I thought it was. Hello, hello. Also, thank you for the stand-up. I am already standing, but I can stand up some more, I guess. I can stand up taller. There we go. On my tiptoes. Destroy my calves. Man, I can't imagine wearing heels for like a long time. Any length of time, really. I guess I know, like here, when I'm standing up like that, I'm supporting my entire weight on using my own muscles. But I think even just my foot being in that position, even if it was supported, would still be painful. Although I would get a benefit out of heels just so that I could be the shortest person by less. Yeah, that was the thing. They offered. They're like, oh yeah, we can break your legs and then let them grow back and then you'll be like an inch or two taller. Or it was like a couple inches taller. And I was like, oh, okay, so I can be the shortest person by less? That sounds like too much pain to, for what is going to be very little benefit. I'm not that insecure about my height. I think even if I were, like, average, like, you know, would I want to be a couple inches taller? I'm like, no. Because it's not like it's just, like, eat a pill and be slightly taller. It's completely break your bones to grow back taller. Now, if I could eat a pill and be taller, I don't think I would anyway. Like, I'm not... All that just sounds like unnecessary. Like, it's not hurting me to be small. I think it's hurting me to not have, like, proper arches on my feet. I think that might be where some of my back problems are coming from, but it's not hurting me to be small. Might be hurting my romantic possibilities, but I think that's more of a societal thing of there are some guys that are short. I don't know that we should just throw out all of the because I think what is it? OkCupid did that as like a quiz or research. They did like a, you know, what do guys think of women, and there was a nice curve of just like most guys think, like a nice bell curve, and then like what women think of most guys, and it was most guys end up in the ugly category. It was like, seems a little off. Yeah, there was even a podcast that I listened to for just a little bit, where one of the games they played was hot or tall. Because see, somebody like Adam Driver, for me, he's tall. I don't find him to be all that hot. Okay, are these scoring? The tosser. Okay, who? The tosser, no, the ring. The ring is the one that has the score time on it, which is the prefab. The ring. Oh, you have hole. There we go, at the bottom. I forgot it was this one is the one that has the actual ring. There we go. So the score time, I want to give it 1 second. It needs to stay on a peg for a whole second before it'll score. That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing 1 frame. The way I did this plus score time and this score time here. Okay, wait, so this is plus equals time to delta time then? Interval in seconds since the last frame to the current one. So is that gonna get me closer to like 1 second of... I'm probably doing the math wrong, but that's okay. As long as it doesn't immediately score, that's really the big issue. Because I want the ring to have to stay on a peg for a second. Scoring. I did plus equals, right? Okay, maybe time, not delta time, is not the thing that I want. Elapsed time in seconds? Is that the one? Okay, wait, what's the... shoot. They have so many things that I don't remember. Capture delta time? Frame rate delta time. The interval in seconds from the last frame to the current one. You know, real time since startup. I thought there was like an elapsed time or something. Time scale, time since level load. I thought it was time delta time. Interval in seconds from the last... wait, current score time. Here, float. Okay, what is this? Just slap it onto this debug. Time dot delta time. Actually, no, how about current score time? We'll do 1 for that, too. I'm forgetting how delta time works. Which I should be using it a little better. I should be doing it a little better. But... okay, current score time. Yes, if the current score time is greater... and when it was 0, it was fine, so that's what's making me think that this is not adding up correctly. Okay, so what is the delta time and what is the current score time? Yeah, we're gonna reset it. I like to reset it every time. It's not healthy for my computer. Probably not healthy for Unity. But because of the kind of nonsense that I make. So that was a microsecond, which when it hit the peg, yeah, that makes sense. There. Oh, it's... I thought it was on trigger stay. Yeah, on trigger stay, if it's hitting a peg, and if the... Oh. That was good for... so no, I lied.
Friends break cards first. You break mine.
Let's see. Well, because it needs to have an initial... because right now this is just saying if there is another game object, it is the... it just needs to set what the initial scoring peg here is.
Our
Which I guess that would be the on-trigger enter. It would determine if the scoring peg. So maybe we bring back the on-trigger enter stuff. I don't know if this is super necessary. It might just be a matter of making sure that this...
I've been watching him melt, and I haven't said a word.
Yeah, so this is really just saying when it enters. So when it hits a peg, that'll then determine that that's the scoring peg. And then that here determining that if...
If you were to notice the change,
I guess it doesn't really need to compare that it is a tag then if these are comparing that.
I'm afraid you threw it.
I guess we'll see. Okay. So hopefully that'll just determine that if it's still continuing to stay on the same scoring peg, then it'll count up. Okay, I throw it on top of a peg. There we go. Okay. And then it is scoring. Yeah, that's the time. That is the time. That is the current score time. Okay, wait, you don't appear to be... Current score time is plus equals the time.delta time. You should be adding more to the current score time until it reaches over the top of a thing. It's not resetting the current score time, is it? I guess it must be. So that's when it hits a peg, then that determines that, okay, the scoring peg is now that peg. So now when it is on trigger stay, if that object is a peg. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Trying to figure out how to score these little donuts here, and I don't think I'm doing it correctly at all. as shown by these debug messages that are not exactly what I'm expecting. Okay. Oh, no, it's saying ring scores. Wait. Excuse me, why are you saying ring scores and then you decide after a certain amount of time that you're done with that? Okay, it's counting up, it's counting up, it's counting up. Ring scores. And then it resets. Oh, wait. Did I have like a reset after a certain amount of time? So no, that's if this is actually supposed to be scoring. Yeah, I guess as introduction, which I still don't have a little button to switch to introduction, but I typically do game dev and pixel art, but I'm just doing GMTK for now. Oh, I guess I would be playing Dishonored today. But no, it's GMTK. Not that I typically do Dishonored, but I've been working my way through Dishonored 2 and having a blast with it. Yeah, it's just if the current score time is greater than the score time. I'm a little confused as to why it's resetting after. It doesn't really matter right yet. I'll let it come bite me in the butt later. So it is actually scoring. That's fine. Now, how do I get that to attach to a scoreboard? Which feels like an action, but then But then when I was doing a different, like when I was doing a Unity action between two scripts, it was confused, which I don't blame it, but that doesn't entirely help me. I'm like, it's feeling more and more like I need to just make a list of the, well, no, I'm gonna need, you modeled 12 relics. You just went and busted out 12 different models just like that? Is there an easy way to do that? I guess it depends on the model. I guess if you're doing different kinds of balls, if you do like a ball and an egg and a football and I'm just trying to think of something that would be easy to model, like 12 things. At least for me, it would probably take me a while to make 12 different balls, because I just barely know how to model things. Unless you're saying that you whipped out 12 different like crows that are fully rigged and flying and textured and everything. Which I did watch that video, and then I proceeded to forget everything from that. But congrats on your 12 relics and your upgrades there. Okay, at this point, like I said, I need a list of the rings anyway, so it'll just be in here. So this will be a list of... oh, a Blender file with another 8 models. Dang, dude. Also, it feels like it should be like on Discord or something as opposed to in my chat, but I guess if you want to use my chat to facilitate a conversation, I suppose that's fine. Okay, so this is a list of game objects. And this is the rings. So, okay, he didn't see the message on Discord. Okay. So it was on Discord. Because the list doesn't exist. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now this should be able to give me the Unity action of when the ring scores, right? Something like that. You have some really weird shit going on. You did say you were gonna make some weird models. Bent rifle, chicken sink, comfiest armchair, empty cage, heavy snake, Miss Scissors, shallow man, space fish ship, stuck handsaw, suit man case man, voodoo ball, and wicked house. That is an assortment of items. Wowee. That is really truly some nonsense going on. Congrats on making a confusing list of things that are not related to each other in any way. Okay, when it makes a ring. So this is spawn ring. This is really what needs to be happening here. Spawn ring. Because this should actually be pulling from the list of rings. I guess that's what I'm working on now. So instead of spawn, okay. Okay, so when it's spawning the ring, it should be pulling from the list of rings, actually. So I guess on start is when it should be making a chicken sink. I was like, I'm pretty dang sure that's gonna be, yeah, some kind of chicken sink. Just because it sounds like kitchen sink. But misspelled as chicken sink. Wow, the shader is doing a ton to really make that look neat. Oh, I was gonna say, you gotta keep it gray. It's like, oh, it's a sink. It's a faucet. Yes, of course it's gonna stay gray. Wowie, I stepped away for an hour to eat some food. And come back, and there's 12 different models. Gee whiz. Yeah, I'll rely on shaders and make awful models. Well, that's like looking at the a short hike. Like I don't think the eyeballs are even attached to the character. They're just like a 2D image on top of the face. But because they're using that pixelated shader, like it does kind of hide. It smooths out the character. But yeah, this game I remember uses makes a good use of the pixelated shader. I think it looks pretty good, you know, in its kind of base form, but I know it is kind of funny that the eyeballs are literally just images that are near the head as opposed to full on like actually painted on the thing. Okay, this is not how I should be doing the spawning the rings, so there should be a list of rings here. Okay, so just a loop. Well, okay, I could just... How do I want to do this? So what happens if I do this? So now I have rings. So if I do like 5 rings, and then I just determine that this is a ring. Okay, prefabs. Ring. There. There, so there's 5 rings. Actually, can I determine what kind of color the ring is? I'm doing that in the color manager here, I think. Not in the actual ring itself. The ring probably should have its own... Yeah, it's the tosser here is determining the ring color. So maybe this should be on the ring instead. Oh wait, it's almost ads, right? I can go grab some tea during the break. Okay, so now the ring actually should have, because it should kind of be its type there too. Okay, so I lied. You're gonna have a color manager. Shoot, okay. I'm gonna go grab some tea while the ads are running, I suppose. And then I gotta figure out how I want to make the different kinds of rings.
He said we're violent, hoping we'd find it. I closed my eyes and painted the room. I painted the room.
Okay. So the color manager. Because right now you have a color manager, right? Which does let me select what color? No, that just says here's the rainbow enum. But then this returns whatever color. Okay, how about get selected color then instead of get random color? Or just get color. Okay, so we do get color, but instead this is going to be here to randomize what color it selects. So it's not returning that, it's returning the selected color. Or I guess the rainbow. Okay, selected. This is selected color. Okay, selected color is equal to that. Okay, wait. No, okay, selected color is a color. Okay, wait. Maybe we back this. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to do a get a random color, but then I also want to do a get color, which is a get selected color, which is whatever this happens to be selected on. Okay, so public. And then get selected color. Which is still returning the color, which is still doing whatever this random thing here is. Okay, we do public get color. No, not public. Do just a get color. I'm just confusing the hell out of myself. That's okay. No. Return a color. Okay, switch whatever this thing is. And this is the rainbow. Selected color. There, okay, so now we do get color. Based on random color there. Selected color is get color with the rainbow, whatever is selected there. And return. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm thinking. That'll sort between the colors and say, okay, here's your actual color that you want. This will return the selected one, and this will return a random color. It's another ring with the color manager. Let's see, I guess on start. Because this has a list of rings, and those rings will have a selected set of colors. Okay, so the color manager get selected color. There we go. So return a color. And then I can say the mesh renderer, which I don't have in here just yet. So mesh renderer. This is all just to determine scoring stuff. So now the mesh renderer. Ay. Mesh renderer. Not color. No. Yes? No. Material. Color. It's equal to that selected color. Okay, there we go. So now, can I modify the rings that are in the list there? Of the tosser? No, it's just the prefab of the ring. Ah, okay. So that didn't end up really helping me anyway. So the tosser's just gonna have to set a list of rings. So it's not actually, I don't need any of this. What did I just click on? Don't scare me like that. I want to, there we go. Get rid of the list of rings. It doesn't necessarily need to be public, or serializable rather than. Okay, so then this is a, instead, why didn't you do the other bracket? Thank you. Okay, now I want you to spawn ring, and then I can give it a certain color then, right? Let's see, color manager. Dot rainbow. So then I can give it a certain color. Could do just random colors for it too instead as well. Which is, I guess, what it's already doing. Okay, so this is, instead of spawn ring, I need a throw ring. And yeah, this is going to be one of those, if I'm going to try to make it so that I have all of the main mechanics for the ring toss game done today. And then any of that roguelike stuff. And whatever polish I can do in terms of audio and menus and stuff. And then any kind of roguelike stuff I can do after that. Which means it's most likely not really going to happen much, but we'll see. Okay, so the throwing the ring is this part. So then this is the ring. I mean, I could just pass in the rigid body. Am I gonna regret that? Yeah, maybe. So this should actually be throw the ring. And then this should be the rings at selected ring, meaning I need a selected ring. Okay, rings at selected ring. Okay, it is the game object. So yeah, I will just do the game object from here. And this is the ring. And then from that, I just get the rigid body. So ring instead of ring clone. Maybe selected ring. So make sure that it doesn't try to use the the prefab ring that I'm using to instantiate that. It didn't look like it was, but we'll just double check that it's not. Okay, so then instead of spawning ring like that, we do that, and that. And then the ring, which I already added the color, get selected color. So now the color manager get color. Whatever that selected color is. Okay, right now the tosser is setting the color. But I don't think that needs to be worrying about setting the color, but the ring is not actually setting its color either. It's getting the selected color off of whatever the color manager is, but it's... Okay, so rather I could just do get random color on start. Okay, and the tosser is not setting any kind of color. So now it should spawn 5 rings, and these rings should also be added to the rings list. There, okay. So when you throw ring, that should... Well, technically it should be when you hit down is when it selects a new ring. So then selected ring plus plus, and then if it happens to go past it, and then it adds a loop. Aha! That's the theme of the jam! So then if it loops past the rings count, so the selected ring is greater... Is it greater than or equal to? I think greater than or equal to the ring count, then the selected ring is 0. Okay. So when you click, it'll go to the next ring. And then when you throw it, it'll throw that selected ring and then loop back through the list of the 5 rings. And the... It's not actually snapping the ring back to its starting position, is it? It's just saying, okay, from... Add force. It's just adding force. Okay, first, let's just make sure that I'm understanding that correctly, and it also sounds kind of hilarious to try to throw a ring that's already on a, a peg. Do I have a list of rings? No. Because there is no number here. So let's say 5 rings to rule them all. Wait, 3 rings for the Elven Lords? They skipped it. And then like 5 for the Dwarven Lords? I feel like they skipped 5. I thought it was like 3 rings for the Elves. And then it jumps up to like 7 rings for the Dwarves. And then like 13 for men, I think. Something like that. Okay, so that's not a list of rings. That was not in update, was it? Spawn ring is on start. Unity's crashing like it's doing it a billion times over. Oh, wait. If it's adding rings to this rings count, I lied. Okay. I need numb rings. Whoopsie daisies. Oops. Uh-oh. Whoops. Whoops. Uh-oh. I'm adding to the list while I'm also saying add more things to the list. While the list is not done, add more to the list and then keep adding. I've not become the Lord of the Rings. I've crashed Unity.
Break cards first.
Whoops. Whoops. Oops. Uh-oh. Whoops. Num rings. There we go. And now num rings, not the count of the rings that is constantly increasing. Oopsie daisies. It's because I was trying to set a thing of rings, and now instead I'm trying to... I did just crash Unity. Well, it was having trouble anyway. You gotta reset it sometimes. Wait, can I just kill it from here?
Takes a new
No. Yeah, it's crashed enough that...
every night.
I made a mistake. I'm sorry, Unity. I know what I did.
Been watching him out
It's...
the night.
While the list is not over, add more to the list. Infinite rings. Maximum loop. In the loop, add more loops.
If you were to notice a change,
I did see somebody mention in the chat when it was doing the
really I'm
the theme reveal for the GMTK Jam, and somebody was like, "Did anybody else think of Fruit Loops?" And I just now realized, oh wait, that's what I made, isn't it? I made a Fruit Loops game. I wasn't even attempting. That wasn't even the intent. Was to make a Fruit Loops game, and that's what I ended up with. Okay, hue. They're not the thing I want. The tosser, which is under the camera. For a matter of... There, num rings, 5. There we go. Now. The mesh renderer for the ring did not get set. I'll eventually close on getting this. I didn't realize that that's exactly how I run my life, is failing every single QuickTime event. I don't mean to be that clumsy, but I just happen to blunder through every single QuickTime event. Okay, the hole is the thing that should have the mesh renderer. And I guess the color manager? The mesh renderer, which was the torus, I think? Yes, okay, and then the... Let's add a color manager here. Is this a good way to do this? I don't actually know if having like a color manager is a good way to do this or not. Certainly a way to do this. Okay, so hopefully... Now, will you have 5 rings? Okay. So that's 5 rings. Ruh-roh! I didn't actually mean to chain them together. That's hilarious that it decided. Oh, we're gonna chain them together. So now what happens if I try to throw one of the rings? Yeah, so it is. That's hilarious. Okay, it is looping through that blue ring there too. Okay. So that was in fact what I was afraid of, is that the okay, so the ring when it's not so where should the ring spawn at the beginning? At the end, the pegboard flips over and all the rings are tossed into a bowl with milk being added, and it transitions to a Fruit Loops commercial. That's the victory screen. Just all the rings dump off of there into a bowl, and it says, "You win! Congratulations." It's neat that I can actually make a chain of rings if I wanted to. I don't actually want a chain of rings right now, but that is neat. Okay, so... Where do I put the rings when they're not being used? Is the question. Oh, because then I could also just do a pile of rings as the scores and the calories. How big, how heavy of a meal, how much sugar is in it. So this is a question of where are the rings when they're not? Because I do need to have, or I want to have that list of rings. Okay, so spawn ring for the tosser. Maybe I want to pass in the number? Because at this point, I might just have the rings just line up on the edge. Then when you toss a ring, it'll snap to your hand and throw it. And then after it scores... I guess it's once you throw all the rings. Oh yeah, I'll have to figure that... Okay, so let's just do pass an int number. Or like placement or something. Rank? We'll do rank. It's a shorter, quicker... okay, so now... the actual position of this is, instead of being at the camera, just because of the way the... Because I kind of think I could just have them all laying at the bottom of the board there. And that'll show you which one's next. This is a new vector 3. So the x is obviously going to be I. Maybe times 2. Just to spread them out. Holy heck. Rank, rather. Rank times 2, just to spread them out for now. We'll see. And the y is going to be like -1, I think. And the z is just 0. Or maybe like -1 or something to make sure it's not on the board. Let's just see where he places these. I want to place them kind of in a line at the bottom of the board here. Bugger off. Spawn ring, passing the eye. There we go. Let's see, can I make a bowl in Blender easily, or would that be kind of difficult for me? No, I've made a hemisphere before. I did that with that little thingamabob I made. Okay, the answer is I need to shift these. So the blue ring, where are you? So I need to shift you to like there. I might need to add like an extra table so that they're not laying in the grass there. Okay, so it's a 1.5 on the Y and -2.5. So here is actually 0.5, and then this is -2.5. For now, it really should just be at the edge of the board. But whatever, this is just to get the rings to in a line. I didn't really mean to do the, I mean, a fishbowl and a cup is 2 of the models we're going to use. Okay, the rings are still way too close to each other. Let's do like 5 or something. Why are the rings so close to... I thought I was trying to separate them a little bit there. You goof. That is funny that I'm mentioning like a bowl and stuff. There we go. Okay, so now there's your list of rings, of which now it's just going to throw... whoopsie daisies. Why did it throw that ring first? Did I do an off by 1? Rank, if it's 0, it's starting at 0, right? Seemed a little odd. Okay, whatever. Throw ring. We're going to say the transform.position is... So this is teleport to the camera. So the selected ring dot transform dot position is equal to not start position, this position of the tosser, which is the thing under the camera there. And planning on using the chipped cup. I mean, because I'm trying to think of what the it's like a thimble and stuff. The Monopoly pieces. Instead of making much progress, our wrestlers would make the train cars disappear behind the station and added fluffy clouds. Yeah, that tends to be what happens. I spent probably a good half an hour getting the grass, because I went and modeled the grass myself and then struggled with like, oh, how do I do the terrain thing again? I don't remember how to do terrain. So, I wasted some time just adding grass to the game too. Okay, so now hopefully this gives me a pile of 5 rings. And then when I throw the ring, it's gonna throw this one though, right? Yeah, why is it throwing that ring? Kind of obnoxious. I'm actually like trying to aim these now. And doing worse. I didn't hit any of them. I literally scored, I guess I scored one of them. Okay, but then now they're gonna just continue to throw the rings. Oh wait, you're supposed to teleport back to... Wait, right? Wait, yeah, you're supposed to teleport back to the camera position when it throws the ring. When it loops through the rings. Okay, wait, excuse me, why are you doing this? I'm confused. Also, it is consistently throwing this ring, so I did some kind of off by 1 error there. So why are you like this? And then when I try to throw more rings, it doesn't teleport them. What? Okay, huh? Why is it teleporting it first? But, always told Covino to make a game called Finger Ring. Maybe it's time for me to shine. That was one of the images that came across here was... Yeah, there. Which finger ring? There was an idea of doing... Put a ring on it. Could make one of the, yeah, it's like I could make a gnome as a peg, I could make a ring as a peg. Obviously traffic cones and stuff. Bottles and things. Yeah, I was thinking of making bowling pins, just because then I can also repurpose them for, plunk as well. So, yeah, it could be different levels. Yeah, I'm concerned with just the basics of... Can you play the game and score and stuff? And I probably... Okay. So why does it look like it's actually throwing it correctly? It's teleporting on the first throw. And yet not... Oh man, there's not really any good red throws. Wow, because I haven't actually adjusted the... Hey, look at that! Wow. I feel like I haven't messed with the physics on that much, but... Okay, why are you not adjusting after the fact? You should be teleporting. Selected ring transforms position. Is that transform position? You're clearly throwing the ring, though. What in the fluffin' heck? So what's happening with the positioning when it spawns the ring? Because it's throwing the... Oh, this is... yeah, okay, it's... This is doing that. So it should be doing after you throw a ring. It should be... Okay, that's really what it is. It's this. I was moving to the first ring in the list. Or, yeah. I was moving off of the first ring. I was moving off of the 0th ring and then throwing the first ring and getting confused as to why I was looping it correctly. Okay, so that should be that bug fixed. Yeah, okay, so now it's throwing the orange ring first. And then... Hey. Oh, I could have used a little more oomph on that. And then it doesn't teleport them again. I'm like, why are you not teleporting it a second time? Like, what the heck? Why is it only teleporting the first throw? It's not like I made it specifically. It's supposed to be every time you throw the ring. Because it's looping through and it's hitting this. And trying to throw the rings. You can visually see that. This should just teleport it, right? It's weird that it's teleporting it the first time, but then once it actually moves, it doesn't do it. That's just so weird to me. I mean, after it... Well, I don't know. I kind of want them to stay on the board up until all of the rings are thrown. And then after all the rings are thrown, it'll reset it. Oh, rigid body position. That is probably what the issue is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I have the rigid body. So I lied. So rigid body dot position is equal to the transform position. Nah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, not the parent object. So do the rigid body. It's just odd to me that it does it the first time. That it decides. I guess it's because the rigid body hasn't moved. I don't know. It's because I'm not setting it directly on the ground. They're spawning above the ground, right? Yeah, they're spawning a good ways above the ground. Oh, I'm not looking at the rigid body. I'm looking at the parent object. Yeah, the torus is at -2 point. Okay. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing. So -2. I guess I don't need the decimal point on that one. Okay, so now that shouldn't be as blatantly out of position. Okay, so yeah, it is a parent positioning thing over. There we go, okay. So then you throw the orange ring like there. And then another orange ring like there. Hey. I'm so good at my own game already. And then I oop, no, I got it. It's all good. Okay, and then we do that. Yeah, okay. So once I reset the physics. Oh, I threw them too fast. They're inside of each other. Okay. Wondering if I should make the train cars amount scale with required passengers or the passengers you've collected. The car amount scale with the required passengers or the passengers you've collected. Well, and I don't remember exactly. You just said an idle train game? I'm trying to think of how trains actually do. I guess they would just add more train cars there. I would go, well, yeah, I guess it's I would go with required passengers. So that the train is saying I have enough room for the passengers. Instead of it magically makes more trains when you have more people. Also, I guess I will use the ad break.
your face. And it took forever for me to build a home.
Might end up being more satisfying if it expands. Well, it depends on if you want a train or if you want a snake. I think if you want a logically consistent train, it would be a bigger train that you fill up with people. But if you want it to be just the snake eats more apples and gets bigger, that's the second answer there. Okay, scoring. How do I now take the... So the ring is scoring. This is known. So then ring scores. So then how do I get that to... Like I said, this does sound like it's a Unity action. When I tried putting that on two different scripts, it was just confused. Oh, duh. I just need to go to the class and then say the action. Duh. Okay. So, where do I want to put the scoring? This is increasingly ending up with everything under tosser, but okay. So, game manager. Okay, so this private my first action. Okay, who needs what? I think that it's the ring is the one saying, hey, I've taken this action. The game manager subscribes to that function, and then... So yeah, you have the score action. And when you score, that should fire the score action. There we go. Add on click, add listener, my first action. Okay, I'm getting this backward again. Okay, let's just sit and read the code here. So this is my first action. You invoke the action from the source. A listener should listen to the action. Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. You invoke the action from the source. So the action on the ring here. So here, the score action. Goodness me. Score action. It's not like a dot, whatever it. Why do I forget how to do this every time? Score action invoke. Okay. Oh, and then making sure it's not null was the question mark as well. Okay, so then that is what I want to score. The score action there. So then here should be updates. Update the score. And then so my first action is on start, and then there was also the, or was it on awake, and then it was on shoot, because there's also the like make sure it deletes it too. So the function here is the update score. The action is the ring dot score action. So make it public. I was trying to, so the ring has a thing where it scores. So it determines that it has actually landed on a pig, and yes, ring tells the game manager about a score. Is what it should be, and that, again, that feels like it should be an action. So you don't want to listen to each ring one by one. You should make it a static action. But yes, the core thing is that I want the ring to tell somebody that it has scored. In this case, probably the game manager, to then the game manager can update the score with whatever score it should be. So don't delete the bit of code, just delete it. Okay, and score. And then I need a text. Okay. Make score action static in the ring. Okay. And then... Oh, was it not public? It wasn't public. that would also help. Yeah, okay. There we go. Yes, I was... Shoot, there was the... Does this actually have the unsubscribe? This doesn't have the unsubscribe, it just has the subscribe. Shoot, which... That was supposed to... It's on delete or something? On... What was the other one? I remember it's just a minus equals here, but I don't remember where to put that. On destroy. Yeah, okay. I guess after that. Doesn't really matter. On destroy. I mean, game managers should not be getting destroyed, but... But yes, I want to be getting into good habits here. Of which I will just relearn this every single time. Because my brain is a leaky sieve. Text Mesh Pro UGUI. Most likely. Score text. And then the score text dot text is equal to the score. And then update score, the score plus plus, I guess. The ring should, well, I don't know if it has like a, I guess the score action should be sending the information of how much it's being scored to. That's a string. Look, right there, 2 string. Then Unity action int. Yeah, you. Okay, invoke and then pass the argument, which is going to be... that'll probably be some math I want to figure out. Okay, for now it'll just be 1. Because what I want to do is that if you have a red ring on a red peg, that'll score more, kind of thing. Or if the ring is like bigger or something, like upgrades and stuff. Okay, but for now, it'll just pass in that. Let's see, so int score. Well, okay, add score. And now plus equals add score. I guess additional score, which is really what that kind of says it is. Maybe. Okay, and then we just make the score instead of 9999, make it 0.
Definition of you is the voice you hear between the fine lines of consciousness, subconsciousness, and
You.
You is always
Score text. Oh, I didn't even pull this over
possible lies from the impossible.
into the game manager,
Reality that has so
which feels like it should also be a prefab at this point.
you wouldn't treat your home like this. So why do you treat yourself the way you do?
Okay. So now game manager has the score now. Okay, let's just see if it's 0. It should be 0. Or rather, it shouldn't update immediately. Okay, good. And then if I can actually score a ring on something, it'll take a second for it to score. And it should have scored. Did you not score? I don't remember why it wasn't actually. Yeah, it's because the scoring and the current score just stopped going up at a certain point. Oh, no, you're going up.
Definition of you is the voice you hear between the fine lines of consciousness, subconsciousness, and unconsciousness. But you is always there, intact with your soul.
Okay, current score time is resetting.
Responsibility ruining my perception of reality that has so clearly become
Okay, ring.
exist.
On trigger stay.
Treat your home like this. So why do you
If the
treat
other
yourself the
game
way you
object
do?
equals the scoring peg, of which it should just still be staying on top of the trigger, right? Okay, maybe we just don't reset the current score time. Okay, how much does that break? Or rather, can I just can I just get it to score, and then if it doesn't score correctly, then I will make the car amount scale with both. Start required, but if you surpass it, the train grows. Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to do it. Because yeah, you do get the best of both worlds. Because then you could feel accomplished if you overfilled the train, and you could feel accomplished if you filled up the train to what was the kind of expected amount. Okay, so now does this score? Technically, it should score. Okay, so that should stop scoring at a certain point. Okay, maybe we just make a has scored. So once it hits this, it'll say has scored. So give me a private bool has scored. It should be false at the beginning. Then when you score, it should be has scored is true. And then here I guess I could do an if around everything, but it doesn't matter if those continue to up anyway. So only check if it has not scored. Okay, will that make it so that it only scores the once? See, there wasn't any cool updates to go see on the Discord, was there? Or there was. Ooh. It's kind of an intense blue for the clouds. It's getting kind of close to like an ocean almost. I'm assuming it's supposed to be kind of an ocean of clouds, but I don't know if a lighter blue or something would be a little more cloud-like as opposed to ocean-like. Okay, now let's see if this scores correctly or not. But the game is looking very good. I think that the art style is entirely working. The little waving clouds are great too, just to give you a nice border. Yeah, hard to balance the stone with the clouds to get all the attention with too much saturation. I'm trying to think of some of the other games that have that kind of fog of war effect, and if that is what is it, like Loot Plot, I think, might have the like cloud edges. And then there's also that other, yeah, okay, here they just do straight up white, which might be a bit bright, but oh, I guess black in this case. It's either white or black. Yeah, that seems a little bright. And then what's the other game I'm thinking of? Oh, I lied. I guess they don't even do a border there. Or maybe they just haven't updated the trailer. Shoot, there's that other game by that other YouTuber that turned it into like a Balatro, and everybody was like, nah, this ain't it, bro. And I don't remember what the game is called. And I know that one, I think, did some clouds stuff too. So Hexagod, yes. I think, yeah. Oh, maybe not. I guess it kind of does clouds. Yeah, Eranimus with Hexagod. Yes, that is kind of what I was thinking. And I guess it's kind of a gradient of clouds. So he's streaming GMTK as well. Am I following on Twitch? Feels like a thing I should be doing. If I'm thinking of the game, and I'm thinking of the like watching the YouTube videos that are like, it's hard to make games. Yeah, it is. Okay, I am following. Okay, so back to... Yeah, I told him several times not to launch Hexagod into early access. Is this like talking with Keith Burgod about that game that was like, yeah, this isn't... You might want to work on the assets and the physics a little bit more. Well, I think Hexagod is not a bad candidate for launching into early access. But I think it depends on where the development was at on the game in terms of whether it actually was ready for early access or not. The type of game it is, I think the decision to do early access was not bad, but I think yeah, he wasn't even sure what the game was. Yeah, I know like how to market a game says specifically like make sure you know what the genre is, and then make sure you know what the oh, this should also reset the rotation when it throws. Yeah, but I know how to market a game says make sure you know what the genre of the game is, which I guess he kind of knew what the genre was, but if hadn't fully figured out the gameplay. Yeah, no, I like with Plunk, I definitely am getting up to the point of there is some kind of demo version with an idea of like what that is and what I want to stick with before I make the Steam page. But I'm not going to put the demo on the page. I'm just going to get it up to the point of you could see the screenshots to know what it is, but not be brave enough to put the demo immediately. I don't know, it's kind of like Kickstarter is Kick Finisher now. So you're not a big Chris Z fan, I guess? Think about it yourself. If you keep changing the game after releasing it, people would leave negative reviews entirely. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, because that's what Supervive just ran into that, where they're like, we did a major overhaul right before launch, and we added a bunch of monetization and gotcha stuff. Or like Cube World did that too. It was like, we did a major overhaul right before launch. It's like, that's not what people are looking for. It's like, they like the game that you made, so just kind of move it in a direction. And if you want to move it in a certain direction, then do that slowly, not major update. At least that's my... Having not actually fully finished and released anything, that would be my whatchamacallit, advice. Okay, because now I kind of want to determine if you get a red ring on a red peg. Slokowski's fine. He mostly talks about games who get more than 15k wish lists, and that's definitely not us. What's Replicat sitting at? Is Replicat doing well? I know, because I know you were tracking the how to market a game kind of wish list velocity. Okay, the ring toss needs to be resetting the rigid body dot rotation equals quaternion dot identity. 6,500 wish lists. Okay. And then he's talking about 15k wish lists. Because I thought velocity-wise, Replicat was doing good. I mean, and you're getting there. Like you're definitely making it towards that. So, yeah, I was gonna say probably hit 15k before releasing it. Like I said, that's my hope, is that you get too busy being successful to come and watch the stream. That's my hope for everybody. Become too rich and successful to care about me anymore. Quaternion dot identity was not what I wanted. Because that was nice and sideways, which is not the way to throw the ring. Excuse me, isn't the ring... the Taurus is, in fact... Oh, bugger off. Okay, so then I gotta figure out... Oh, bugger off. Also, why the floating point error? I want a nice round integer there. And you gotta be like, nah, it's negative 89.999. Not 90. And then I update it. It's like, oh, maybe it'll hang out there. We'll see. Okay, so not quaternion.identity. Yeah, it's for the rigid body. But. Okay, so new quaternion. I feel like making a new quaternion is a little scary, but it's a negative 90. And then 0, and then 0. And then 0? Is it 0 for the other one, or is it 1 for the last one? Quaternion.Euler. Because I think... Yeah, okay. I was like, there's multiple ways to do things, and I never remember which one the best is. Okay. So Euler. I think Euler's more fun to say. Let's see. Do I prefer Z or Z? I think I prefer Z as opposed to Z. Okay, there we go. Back to what I had. But now when the ring teleports back to the yeah, I think pretty much every ring is going to score just because it's going to end up resting on something. Oh, I didn't. Okay. And then when I throw it again, okay, cool. So now that's fully reset. Although I think I'm probably just going to reset the whole like once you throw all the rings, it'll just reset the round and then do another set of rings. Can you shuffle a list of there's a way to just randomize a list of rings, right? Or randomize a list rather. Okay, wait. Rings dot. Do they have just like a randomize, just a shuffle? Sort? I want to unsort it. True for all. Interesting. Okay, you could do find, exists, contains, clear. Because I mean, I do want to do this like a deck of rings that you have, that it just shuffles them, so. Okay, list. So C#, randomized list. Feels like a thing that should be easy enough to do. Or rather, it feels like a thing that, yeah, Quaternians will never understand you. I think one of the only people that understands, Quaternians is... Oh, great, and I'm gonna... It's like, no, not Mark Brown, who runs Game Maker's Toolkit, but... What's the 4D game? I'm now thinking Kurz Kazat or like Krieger with the 2 Ks that was like the smallest little game. Also not related. The 4D game that is... Okay, wait, 4D game. Why am I blanking on the... There we go. Miega Cure. There we go. I'm getting the Cure part. And what's the guy's name again? Oh yeah, it's MTB. That's why I'm getting it mixed up with Mark Brown. Mark 10 Bosch. There we go. I feel like one of the only people that knows Quaternians is Mark 10 Bosch, and he doesn't. He doesn't like him. Because I think he even did a talk about like why we should not use Quaternians after making a 4D game. I was gonna say his Patreon's more updated than this is. Yeah, there we go. Let's remove Quaternians from every 3D engine. The guy who is making a 4D game and should know them as like inside and out did an entire talk of like let's get rid of Quaternians, which is kind of funny. So you're not the only one that does not understand Quaternians. Really? There is no just built-in like shuffle a list? I would have assumed that there would have been a... Okay, wait, how about random? What does Unity have for random I can just do random range and then reset the whole thing. I'm just kind of surprised that the list didn't have an ability to randomize it. Although that might be one of those things of like there's different forms of noise. I don't know if there's different forms of randomizing a list, basically. Yeah, I would assume there's just different formulas for randomizing a thing, but I guess a list does not have any of them. You just gotta come up with it yourself. Okay, so now, let's make sure the rings are... So you're matching the color of the ring with the ring. So like I want to do a blue ring there. Shoot. Okay, well, yeah, so that'll score 1. Then if I do... If I had some better aim there. There we go. And then that, instead of scoring 2, I want that to score twice as much. For now, just to match them. So now the ring has a color manager, which has a random color. Okay, the color manager has a rainbow selection. And then the peg has a rainbow selection, so... also avoiding quaternions whenever possible, and Unreal gives the user rotators and a bunch of help functions built into the rotators type to make it easier to avoid ever touching a single quaternion directly. Yeah, okay, so they have some kind of extra built-in layer on top of doing quaternions. Unreal feels like something I should mess with at some point. If it has a lot of that, like, visual scripting and stuff too, and if I'm too dumb for basic code, then maybe I should go to do more like visual scripting stuff. I've been half tempted to mess with Game Maker again. That would have made sense to do that for the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam. That's okay though. Okay, so this I want to get the actual, like, rainbow then, right? Because then I can just compare the two enums instead of comparing the colors. I guess I could compare the colors too, but I think it'd be better and easier to compare the enums. Oh, and now that the scoring is working correctly, we can get rid of the debugs. So it stops popping up with a bunch of debugs. Maybe we put some comments on the code. A little bit. That might be a fun idea. Okay, well these actions are, I think, fairly self-explanatory.
Staring at the circles, drawing circles when I try to write your name. The days are feeling
Yeah, there's not a ton of code. Hey, ad break. Okay, good, because I need to take another bio break again. I will be back.
everything but permanent, cheaply bittersweet. And I've never feared a moment the way I fear tomorrow. Tied our bodies to the present. Change happened overnight. Darling, what am I to say? The next time I see you, the only thing we'll know is the sound of our names. And I never seems to know what to do. I sing up to the moon, hoping she'll sing you to sleep. being honest with myself, I have been doing that well. I close my eyes when I'm trying to see. Only feel human when my insides are crying.
Okie dokie. Also, hello. Feel like it's been a while there. But I am 12-hour work days for this one. I'm still doing the yeah, I'm still doing my usual well, I did skip work for this, but I'm not doing like 12-hour work days. Yeah, right now I'm trying to get it so that it matches the colors. So like an orange on an orange peg will actually give you a better score. But I just finished getting the scoring working for these. Yeah, so it'll count that just because it intersects with the... I could make the collider for that just a little more picky. But we'll see. Yeah, I will need to add some kind of preview for the throw there at some point too. Yeah, it'll need to reset the positions of all of them after the... Okay. Wow, actually been reached out to by publishers about the FPS game. An update on that. Yeah, totally. Was that a... Because the last time I saw it, I thought it looked like it was just a prototype. That was just a... You know, here's a shooter with a lot of juice, but not necessarily like here's a... an idea behind it. So yes, please. Updates on that would be great. It's I feel a little out of the loop. Oh hey, look. GMTK, the theme is loop. Here we go. I'm feeling out of the loop. Okay, the comparison for the peg and the ring. So then when it does this, yeah, so just do like an int score, which will default to 1, and then if the... So now I gotta determine, so then score, I guess plus plus. We'll just say it equals 2, not 22. And then here, score. Just throw a 2-day update on the Twitter. I mean, feel free to throw a link somewhere too. Because, well, and that's if I can see Twitter. I basically just said, no, I'm not gonna do... I don't think I'm logged into Twitter even. This is just like a new computer. So I don't think I did log back into Twitter. It was just being... It was just doing a ton of bots of here's hey pump and dump my cryptocurrency or something. So yeah, and it makes me sad that Twitter is still just so used because it's so degraded from what it once was. And I don't know that it was even that great to begin with, but just kind of surprising that it got some. Well, I guess once it got a new owner, that would make sense that it wouldn't be as good. Yeah, I was gonna say I need to. There we go. I'm even logging into Twitter again, just for you here. And then, did you put... Yeah, okay, you did a link. It's like, wait, was it? It was muted. Wait, was it muted the whole time? Okay, it should... Yeah, okay, mic's good. Yeah, hopefully I can remember to add some more juice. I think I'm getting a little bit of juice just out of the physics, at least on this current jam project. Wait, was this... Is this for the GMTK Jam, or is this the, like, the Pirate Software one? Because I know Pirate Software was doing the, like, only one. Although that one just finished. Oh, loop. Oh, I guess the arrow loops around. Yeah, okay. The arrow loops off screen. No, that's looking really cool. Oh, the idea is that you go through the same wave but can't beat it. Interesting. I think that kind of breaks the core design wisdom of like, because that's what I had that one, the Bomb Squad game that was like a kind of a sumo wrestling kind of game. It's just the reason it wasn't feeling as good and it wasn't working was because of the fact that nothing like gains didn't actually like lead towards anything. So you would just have like, you could have a bunch of units, but I made it so that you could continue to respawn units, and then because the king could just move back into the center again, it didn't feel like there was any progress toward an end of a game. And I got the feedback of like, the game just sort of ends. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I think it does kind of need to have a, like heads towards some kind of ending. You need to upgrade and loop it back to have a chance. Okay, so there is upgrades. So yeah, okay, so you're starting with a wave that is too hard, and then you need to upgrade and loop back. Interesting. Plan on having a boss fight, okay. Yeah, in 2 more days? Yeah, good luck on that. Yeah, I want to do roguelike stuff for this. We'll see if I can get to that point. I'm hoping I can get to the point of like the actual like ring tossing and like even like the audio and everything is all done. So now that I've got the scoring kind of sort of working, and then yeah, I wanted to make the scoring a little different in that like once you go over a certain amount of the score, that it resets, so even the score is looping as well. So you're actually trying to aim for like a you're trying to debust on your score. Either that, or I know Phil was saying add the like add a multiplier, so that when you get over the top and it loops, that increases a multiplier instead. Which I think would be fun to do too. So, then the question was, here, you just need to determine between the peg and, so you have a color manager. I don't think the peg does. It's the peg board has a color manager that's setting the color of the peg. I don't think the peg has any like info that it's saving. It probably should. There should be like a peg script as well for it to save its own Yeah, yeah. Increases a multiplier and resets the score, so you have a double or nothing like situation. Like like I said, I keep imagining a clock. Is that the minute hand is your score, the hour hand is your multiplier.
You know, you got
Good morning. Good morning as well. Good Morbin. Okay, I just need to double check the ring. Oh wait, the color manager has this. Okay, give me the return the rainbow. It's kind of an awkward name, but whatever. Get the rainbow. Because if I could just compare the enums, I feel like it would be easier to do than comparing the colors themselves. So if I can just have the peg also have a return rainbow. Nobody's using that, but okay, so the ring here is the color manager. Yeah, because this has its own specific color manager. Color manager dot it's rainbow. Was that not public? It wasn't public. Making it public would help. Okay. Public. Okay, now here on this color manager, I can say get rainbow. There we go. And then I want to compare it to here on the peg, which the peg does not have any information. So we're just going to make a peg script that'll have the info. Okay, and then this is a peg script. Prefab for the peg. There. Don't. Oh God. Now are you gonna say everything is not reloading? Don't explode on me. You've exploded a couple times already. Okay, peg. Can I add the script? Bugger off! And then make sure that the class exists. I literally just made this. Okay, can I add something random? Can I add a random other script to it, or are you just gonna say no scripts at all? No, you'll let me do that. So how did I mess this up? Yeah, okay, because then you open up an entirely different project. Why are you making other... Why do you have to reopen the project again? Bugger off. And then it doesn't matter if I can save this or not, because it won't let me add it to the script, because don't be making it in some other place. You watched me make it right here. I can't tell if this is a problem that I've had before, or if this is Unity being stupid again. Yeah, the script class cannot be found. Make sure that the file name and the class name match. I just made it. Is there like a Unity engine sort of thing that it's missing? Nah, these all have extra things. Okay, yeah, like this one has. But this wasn't even letting me reset Unity to fix the issue. This was saying you have to reset your entire computer to fix the issue. Dagnabbit. Okay, maybe we just ignore the color scoring for now and just do the... Oh, I didn't finish the script here, because I was kind of hoping I could actually get the thing working. But I guess not. So this double score we'll loop back to it. Aha. Okay. Speaking of looping, let's get the radial score working as well. Okay, so that's the game manager. I could just set it to like 10 or something. Like it's... Well, okay. Let's say 4. Because I have 5 rings, so let's say you're trying to score 4 points, but not 5 points. Oh, really? Okay, so this just has a max score. So it's max score. And then if it goes over the top, I guess it's really only going to be on update score here. So if the score is greater than the max score, set the score back to 0. Yeah, so that'll just reset it if you bust. And then I could also say that if I want to add a multiplier. Yeah, which wouldn't really have a max multiplier. Well, we'll add it, because I do think it's a cool idea. It does give you an incentive for busting, too. You're not just trying to hit. You're incentivized to increase your score as much as possible, but also do it in a particular way. Instead of just the biggest score possible. Multiplier plus. And multiplier should actually start at 1. And then your score should actually be score equals score times the... Why'd you want to divide it by multiplier? I called it multiplier. I guess IntelliSense is not that intelligent. This seems dangerous, but... I'd rather just use modulo, so overshooting by a lot still gives you something and not 0. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, so you're saying take the score and subtract max score. So minus equals. No, I think that's a good idea, and that's actually what I want anyway. Instead of it's a pure threshold, it's just... Yeah, okay, once you put that amount in. Yeah, if we are going for a looping score. Yes. Yeah, and then if I can figure out how to radially place the numbers, then I can also radially place the pegs, too. And then I can turn the pegboard into a cylinder. And change that up, too. Okay. Like I said, I think the score times multiplier is the score that does that there. Seems a little dangerous. We'll leave it for now. I'll let it bite me in the butt.
Thank you.
Okay, so the max score, I think, is 0, so that's not really going to help me. So if I do like 3, what's going to happen with the score here? So, that's if I can land a score, which I didn't. Okay, no, I did. So it's going to be 2, and then it's going to hit 3. And then when it goes over 3, it should add to the multiplier and then become 2. Yeah. Neat. And then here, should bump up to, yeah, all the way up to 6. It's confusing without any kind of thingamabob, but and instead of if, you may want to use while, in case one can actually get 2 full rounds of a max score in score. That is true, yeah, so, yeah, because it'll subtract that max score. No, yeah, smart. Good catch. Although it also means that I explained the idea of the looping score as well, too. Let's see, so how do I want to do the... Like, I mean, a clock hand... let's see, so I need to draw out some kind of image for the... clock hand, basically. I guess for now I could do a circle, or I could just do a rectangle. Might just do that for now, and then I can actually add a... okay, so... an image... Yeah, image, not a raw image. I don't think I needed that specific. Okay. So now this will be the score hand. And then we'll shrink it along. I guess along the width. It doesn't really matter, but one of these just needs to be smaller than the other. I think I want to turn it to black. I am just going to go for straight up clock hand for now. I almost feel like I want to figure out how to procedurally place all the score so that when you like increase your max score, kind of, or increase an ability to do a max score, that it'll radially place the numbers. That might be kind of obnoxious to do with the I'm your background noise. I think that's the default for Twitch. I think most people who use Twitch is a 2 monitor setup with the streamer being background noise. I hope my music choices and voice are good enough to satisfy, I suppose. And this score hand, I was gonna say, is pivoting off of there. Is there an easy way to change the pivot? This is 0. Okay, wait, so now if I rotate this? No. Why do you say pivot then? Oh. Well, okay, wait, 0. So then 0. And then I rotate it? No, it's still pivoting around the center of the thing, right? What do you, okay, what do you mean by pivot? I'm confused what the pivot is. Anchors. Yeah, because there's that gizmo to say what the pivot is, right? There's stuff that I have to relearn it every time just because I don't mess with it enough. Okay, if I do that, now what am I goofing? That just stretched it a little bit. Odd. Okay. What's pivot fluffing do? It doesn't seem to be changing the pivot point like I'd expect. It's just because it says pivot. I'm like, I know I could just do a parent object on top of this and then rotate the parent object. But it's just because it says pivot is making me think, Okay, do rect transform pivot? What is it supposed to mean? Because it doesn't seem to be changing the... The normalized position in the rect transform, it rotates around. It didn't seem to be moving a whole heck of a lot. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a... If I do like 2 or something, is that going to actually be visible? I gotta rotate it? It's the canvas. No, this hand? This not... this is not doing anything. What do you mean, Unless I'm messing with the wrong variable, but that's... Bugger off. I can see the gizmo for its rotation position, and yet changing pivot does not seem to be changing where it's pivoting from. I confused. That's its anchor, though. That's not going to be how it's rotating. Yeah, that's its pivot point. The pivot point is still the same thing no matter what number I put in here. Okay, obnoxious. Whatever, we're going to just do another UI object that's the parent. So this will be just the score clock, I guess. Yeah, image, and then we just remove the image. Remove the image. This is the score clock, essentially. And then the score hands can go under the score clock. And then the score hands can be shifted. Like so. Fitty. And now if I rotate this, I mean that's sort of it. I was expecting it to be a little more. So the score hand go up a bit more even to like here, and then score clock. There we go. That's a little more what I was expecting. Okay, so now that should. How did the X seem to move? It's just on the Y position. Okay, well then shift it 12.5 on the X. Wrong thing. It's not the score clock. Okay, no, I lied. How am I confusing myself so much here? Well, it wasn't negative, right? Yeah, that's the other side. So 6.25. Is that the middle? It doesn't look like it's the middle. Okay, stop rotating that. Rotate that one. Yeah, it looks like it's slightly off. What? One of those things it feels like it should not be. Okay, that's the wrong number to mess with. This number then? Also, hello, hello. Yeah, so that looks like it should be the thing to... Like, it doesn't need to... Yeah, that... Okay, whatever. Maybe it's just a perspective thing and I'm just confusing myself. Okay. So... maybe we make it longer. Oh, I guess if you haven't seen what I was doing all day... Yeah, I skipped work. I was like, I'm... having too much... I want to have fun with this, rather than try to muddle my way through being an ineffective employee at work. That was an entirely insane throw there. But I got rings, I got scoring. I need to next thing is to get the color on the or get the color to match up with the scoring there, but appreciate the Chrissy slander in the chat earlier. Well, I don't know. It feels like he's also specific about if you're trying to sell a game on Steam, as opposed to this is one of the games of all time. I'm pretty proud of how it's coming out for just a day of work. Part of a randomness as well. Yeah, I was watching a video from the guy who just came back to YouTube there. No, the thing that I want to mess with that I think is interesting is I also want to do a looping score too. So if you score too much, it increases a multiplier, but then resets your current score. So it'll be very clock-like. So now I need to figure out how to actually get it to put the numbers. Well, okay, I could also figure out how to put the pegs in a radial as well, which feels like it should just be parent the pegs to the middle and then rotate around whatever that parent is. And again, I'm going to keep taking the ad breaks to take a break.
I'm always smoking weed and wonder why my memory's failing. The other day forgot my keys and froze my ass off waiting. I try my hardest to make light of things and stop complaining. And all this shit is hard and I'm rethinking all my choices up to now. And if it were as simple as I'm tired, think I'm gonna head out. I would've often gone, would've taken the long way home with a smile. Wouldn't give any goodbyes. I hate seeing you cry, and I'm tired. If there was an easy way to go about it, I would've done it by now.
Okay. So it's a matter of figuring out. Yeah, I just hesitate to hand place the numbers because if I decide to increase the... Well, okay, I could either hand place the numbers and then update them so that, like, if I increase the max score, then it just spreads it out along, like, 12 numbers or something. I don't know, I kind of want to figure out the radial thing, too. Which, like I said, should just be pivoting around a pivot point, I would assume. Oh, I extended the length of the hand there. Actually, then maybe I do want to go back to Just 100. So then just do a thinner thing. Had a helper function to get points in a circle for 360 no shot, but that one's C++. Could send it the function as a reference. Maybe. Like I said, because I don't know that it should be. Well, it's just because of the UI placement stuff, which is why I'm a little tempted to mess with the pegboard to get the pegs to. Yeah, okay, because spawning the peg. I think it does. Yeah, it is using that. Okay, just out of curiosity, if I instead change the... So they're all going to be positioned at the same spot, but if I rotate the parent object before it gets placed, what does that do? So game object, transformed it. Wait a second, like vector 3.rotate? There's a few different, there's always multiple ways to do it, and I never remember what is like the easiest. Rotate? Rotate towards? Quaternion.rotate? Yeah, very interested to see how this goes. Yeah, the goal is to make it a little more roguelike. We'll see if I get to that point. At least for now, I'm making sure just as long as the peg board works for like scoring and stuff, and then the score actually does like a looping score. I think those will be the interesting parts of this, and then the like if I can get the other part working. Yeah, because I still have like audio and menus and stuff, and it'll be tempting. We'll see. Gonna go lurk and go to a cheap purveyor of inauthentic and fast Mexican food now. My guess being Taco Bell, but I guess there's also Del Taco. There's also... Well, those are the two that come to mind. I'm assuming there's something else that I'm not thinking of. So dot rotate. Is it just rotate towards? Look rotation. I don't know that it's just a rotate. I guess a transform dot rotate then. There we go. Rotate. Which I think is old, or is it rotate around that's old? Okay, but I think rotated around is the one that I find easiest to use, because you just say this position and then whatever amount. The axes being vector 3.up, and the angle being, I guess, times... I times j, maybe? It's not really gonna give me the each. I guess I could count them out. Here. If I did a count. Okay, let's just do I. It'll only give me a... Okay, so if I rotate it after I... So I make a peg, and then I rotate the... Okay, so this new vector is, instead of being placed there, just be placed at... Well, if I do it at transform.position... So the new vector 3, the transform, okay, there. I'm gonna do X, Y, Z, and then I can just shift it along one of these. I guess along the X. So Y and Z, and then subtract like 5, I guess. I don't know. So now what happens if I do this? Can I do local position? I think that's what I actually want, right? Local position? I'm just kind of hoping that I can just rotate the parent object and just spawn the pegs at the same point, despite the parent is, because the parent is rotated. I don't know if this is going to do anything, but I guess we'll see. Wow, that went better than I thought. The pegboard did not like what I did. But that is a radial of pegs. They do repeat a couple times over. But that went better than I would have thought. Okay. Oh, so then, instead of -5, do -J, actually. Let's see what that does. It means it's going to be a tight ring, and then it's going to get more and more sparse as it goes out, as opposed to more and more numerous, but that's okay. Not what I meant. But that's heckin' cool, though. Okay, and then is the pegboard actually... Actually, the pegboard does need a collider, but... Yeah, it's not that it's a trigger. I just kind of want to freeze it in position, but I'm not sure if that... Okay, so what if I don't update the camera position? Because it should be staring at the 0, right? And if I'm not moving any of the pegs... This is kind of why I was thinking of just offsetting the pegs, so that it would just spawn around the center. I'm a little confused as to why the base is positioned and scaled. Okay, no, the scale makes sense to me, but the position? It's not rotated. But the camera's not rotated either, right? Yeah, the camera's only just rotated down. Why is the... Why is the pegboard rotated? The position and the scale of the board change, but the rotation does not. Is it because of the pegs? Okay, so if I try to move the pegboard, is that going to...
What do you do when the love dies? I gave it all that I had.
Okay, what if I just hide the base for now?
Only a child when you left me. It's a selfish
Yeah, okay, so
little
really
thing.
not really what I meant in terms of radial peg placement.
San Francisco said you were near in the end. My body gave into my mom's hands.
It's kind of a mess. Okay, maybe we stop messing with the radial thing here and just do the radial UI. I don't know, I kind of just want to... Excuse me, I didn't think I was rotating the thing still. Oh, here at the bottom. Okay, yeah, just reset it back to what I had. I'll stop messing with the radial rotation there. Okay, there we go. And then I need to add the baseboard back again. Okay, let's just get the radial score showing up. So I need to get a bunch of numbers in a circle. I just feel like it's going to be harder to do with a UI element. You did send me the reference code just in case. That way, if I haven't want to do it while you're not present, still have the option. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so it's a score clock. Oh, bugger all. I think it's going to be requiring another script. And then the instant I do that, it's going to say, oh, I couldn't find it. I don't know what you're going on about. So the score clock. But if I try to add that, is that a good thing or a bad thing that I was trying to reset the thing? Oh, and then that lets me add it. Odd. Now you just decide that you're happy? So, peg? So are you going to let me do the peg then? So peg. Is it because it's a prefab or something? What was its complaint here? There, peg, scripts, peg. Oh, you just decide it's happy now. Okay. Okay, you just, whatever. It decided at this point. Oh, sure, whatever. So now the ring. Now we're going back to the color scoring. The radial score is probably the more important part here, but I think if I can get the color scoring, because I mostly have it done anyway, it's not a bad idea either. Okay, so now you have a color manager. The peg board should be, when it makes the peg, should also be setting the color managers. Yeah, okay, this color manager. So it's getting its color manager, random color. Well, and okay, like the ring here is doing that. So maybe we get rid of that then. If the peg is gonna have its own color manager thing. Okay, so this is just gonna look very similar. If not the same. Is that a good thing? Does that mean I should break it out in a way that's not duplicating it? To say like, okay, every object that has a color manager. At this point, we're going for speed. So we're not gonna mess with it beyond. Okay, and then did you have anything else you were doing? Just the comparison point, yes, okay. So the peg here. Okay, and then here, it's gonna try to get the peg. Yeah, because this is the ring, so this is the other game object equals scoring peg. So then the scoring peg Yeah, because scoring peg equals other game object. If that is correct. So scoring peg. Get components in children. Yeah, I believe it's still get component in children because of the fact that I put the model under the thing. Color manager. The pegs. Oh, or I could get, wait, the peg has a color manager, right? No. Peg should have a color manager. I think I might have overcomplicated it with this whole color manager thing, I don't know. Okay, so now, oops, now you should have a color manager. And this is the mesh renderer that it should be messing with to actually set the color. And then it should be the, instead of peg, get the color manager. And this is get rainbow. Mostly just because I wanted to compare enums instead of colors. Okay, so now is that gonna let me check and see if, okay. So when I make the pegs on the pegboard here, I am getting, oh, peg is getting random color anyway, so the pegboard here would no longer need to be doing that. Okay, so now, what's that look like? As in, it should look like exactly what I had. But now I'm gonna compare colors. So I'm throwing the pink. Ah, close, but not quite. That didn't score at all. You're exploding for some reason. Color manager, get rainbow, scoring peg, get combined each other, color manager, get rainbow. So either the ring does not have a color manager. Well, yeah, we're just going down from the top. It's the ring. Either the ring, hole, does not have a color manager, which it does, or the peg. Get component in children. Oh, it's looking specifically in children when it's not actually in the child this time, right? Really? I thought get component in children let you see, ooh, oh my goodness, everything. Is that actually going to be the issue? Oh, wait, 3? No, I've cranked the desk up and down at this point. Almost. So it seems like it's not. The scoring peg, which is a game object that is other.game object that it's colliding with. Oh, no. Yeah, other.game object equals scoring peg. Scoring peg is other.game object if the tag is peg. So it's only setting the scoring peg if it is a peg and not if it's the ground. So that shouldn't be an issue there. And the peg does have a color manager. It determines this. Okay, let's check one of these pegs. Has a color manager. So like this orange. Oops. So the peg here. Do you seriously not want to select it? Peg, bed. There's so many pegs. There is a lot of pegs. And I can't seem to peg what the problem is. Okay, so this has a color manager. And this is the collider that you're colliding with to ask if you have a color manager. Okay, so maybe not scoring peg, other.gameObject because of the collider thing? I highly doubt that. They're the same thing at this point. Scoring peg is equal to the other game object. Or at least I would assume so at this point. It's time to add the first UI object. It's probably where I should be at, but instead I'm messing with color scoring. Why are you being such a butt? Why are you saying that the other.gameObject.component.get color manager, and then if it's in children, that also doesn't seem to do it. Get component in children. Because I know this has a color manager. That was not the issue. It's just because you can't find this color manager, but it should be there. I'm a little confused as to what you're complaining about. Okay, ring. Hole. Has this, and it has this color manager. So that I dragged that in. That should be there. Oh, unless here? It's not. No. It's looking for the color manager. It's not looking under peg. Peg is not actually doing anything right now. That's not the source of the issue. It's not looking at peg. It's just looking to see if it can find a color manager in the component. Why are you being such a butt? And it's not other.gameObject is the issue because it's getting there. Because it's got this other collider, or it wouldn't be on trigger stay anyway. It's just not finding the color manager. Well, it is the color manager for the pegs is getting set correctly, right? No, that says it's a red. So who's setting the color for the peg then? Because I thought this was the one, or oh, I guess the peg. Get random color. Okay, color manager. What is shift click? Control click rather. Get random color is giving you a random color. Rainbow random color. Okay, it should be. This is getting set. There, okay, so now that should be updated correctly. But I don't think that was the issue. It's just fine. It's not having it. It's not able to find the color manager. Right? But now it should actually reflect the color of the peg correctly, I think. So if I go here, yeah, yellow. So and then if I look at this, it's yellow. Okay, so now that's actually being set correctly. That is a step in the right direction. This is a green. And then it explodes. And it explodes at the point of, yeah, here. It just can't find the color manager in the peg, despite the fact that I'm looking at... I can understand if it wouldn't find it in children, but when I said not in children and I just said here, look for a color manager, also didn't seem to find it. Okay, pain in the what? No, push through and figure it out. Don't go jump to the next thing. Okay, is the other.game object having an issue? So debug.log. So other.game object. The other collider. And then it's really just saying whether it's null or not, but I could probably do name and make sure that the thing is actually... Okay, so let's see if this says what peg that it's actually hitting. It should. Other collider is cylinder. Other collider is base. Other collider is base? Why is that getting all the way down in here? Okay, that might be the issue then. Yeah, I'm like, okay, then I could just do it for the whole thing then, right? So make sure that you're hitting a peg. If you are hitting a peg, then you can do that. Otherwise, it hasn't scored and the score time is hit. So it was trying to check if the ground was having issues. Cylinder, 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 cylinder. And then it's trying to check in the children. Oh, not the parent of this. It's trying to check in the child. So let's just get component in parent. Yeah, okay, the collider is under the thing. Gosh dang it. All it needed was a little bit of debugging instead of me trying to read the code. Get component in parent was the issue. Okay, now let's see if that compares the two. Okay, now we let it go. Okay, so that didn't explode. So now will you score is the question. I don't think that was actually gonna score. It's just gonna sit there looking all funky. So what if I try to land something? I think the way it's resting on that rig, I don't think that's actually scoring either. No, okay, technically that one should be scoring. But I guess as long as this is not exploding, it's good for now. Cylinder, cylinder, cylinder. Cylinder. You're reaching this point though. Why are you deciding not to score anymore? Okay. Oh, is the ring's color manager getting set correctly? The ring. Get random color. It should be now, because it wasn't earlier. Get random color is setting the rainbow to that. Okay, so this was not.
Where did it go wrong?
I don't need to make sure the color matching thing is working. Okay. If I look at a ring,
Looking through the mirror.
and then I look at the color of that ring
Like, where's my
in terms of the thing that has the color manager, it says it's green. Okay.
And it took forever for me.
So now, if I throw the object,
Feel
Score 1. Oh, so now, okay. And we throw it there. That was not enough. Well, I guess it bounced back. Green. So can I get the green to land there? Oh, that was farther than I meant, but... Oh boy, did I... Okay, because of the way... Okay, let's maybe get rid of the looping score for now. So just score, add score. Don't worry about this looping score. I just need to test whether the double score is scoring. Which I guess I could do instead of a random color. Or I could just set the random color to a single color for now. Okay, so the rainbow for random color is going to be equal to rainbow.green. Huh. I was just picking kind of a color. Interesting that it decided to default to green. So now this should all be green rings, should all be green pegs. So now a green ring on a green peg is going to give me a score of 2. And then because it's not looping the thing, score 2, score 4, score 6. That didn't count? That looked so cool. What? 8. That roll there didn't count as on trigger stay? Interesting, that's not great. Oh, it didn't count either? The roll is not counting as a score? Why'd you stop scoring? That one worked. Great, okay. You're gonna be picky about it. That is a future problem. That is not a current problem. Should maybe write it down under bugs, I guess. So scoring after a certain amount of time, not double scoring on a peg. Hoop preview. I do have a ring preview. So bugs being inconsistent scoring. And if it's another ad, I might crank my desk down. Oh, and do a break.
Scared of letting go. I think I'm scared you'll let me know.
Glad I double checked the microphone there. Okay. We're not going to worry about inconsistent scoring. That'll be a scary thing for future self to deal with. So. Oh, the score clock. Because that'll be the easiest way to determine how the score is working. So I want to just look at the code that did the radial thing there. Ah, that was too late. Dadgummit. That's a score. Oh, maybe the ring toss preview is also an important thing to do. Again, I did it way too late. It should also be once all of the rings have been tossed, it should reset the round. Maybe we add that too. I think I'm just a little afraid of actual score stuff. So, relic upgrade choosing is done. Congrats. I'm getting further on the scoring stuff. I've got color-based scoring working now, so you can actually earn double points for scoring on the correct color. Versus if you don't, it just scores you 1 point. Yeah, close to having a proper game loop. I'm still closing on that a little bit. Yeah, okay, just it sitting on there was enough for that. Ah, so close. So. Okay, so I could do the rounds. Or the, that's fun, implementing the other models tomorrow. Wow, and I could put the score off to some other side there, too. Ooh, I think that's more colors than I've seen. Oh, wow. Fancy. A whole tray with a whole bunch of animations and stuff. Neat. That's super cool. Wowee. Oh, okay, and you did decide to slide them in between the other score stuff. Cool. I see the top of the player is cutting into the... That's kind of funny. Yeah, it's definitely an incentive to switch out the player, since the player's slightly too tall. It's getting its head cut off. Yeah, if you got all these other models, then yeah, you definitely gotta switch out the player with something other than a big stick. Well, I guess you could just make it like a big, like, tree branch or something. Who's trying to sign in on Google? Can I also not? Okay, whatever. Pain in the butt. Okay, I might do the score off to the side instead of where I got it. So that's score, text, and score number. And score clock. Let's put you all up in the upper right. Something like that, I guess. Yeah, it's a nice small clock there. Okay, Do they have a circle image? Yeah, no, they for the buttons. They definitely do. Image. Oh wait. So the score clock, which has the score hand, I feel like should also have the rest of these things too. So reset you, as in put you up there, and then reset you. Okay, wait. Reset is not the thing. So there and there. Okay, and this is the background. Okay, because I think I actually do want... yeah, okay, so fully reset that. Fully reset that. This should all be under the background now at this point. Yeah, okay, in the background. There we go. Okay, so now that those are reset, we put you under the score clock, you under the score clock. So then now I can... do there. Like that. Score text. There we go, okay, so everybody's under the score clock, and now if I move the score clock out of the corner there. So now we slide you out of there a little bit. Okay, then I can move the score text up to there. I can move the score number, of which I'll have to figure out a different way to do the score number. And then this background is and this as the sprite. And now the score hand should be on top of everybody. And maybe we make the background bigger. Or make the hand smaller too. So like 50 instead. And then probably just do the background a bit bigger. Okay, score hand. Oh, that's if I rotated the entire background? It's also not a clean image, but whatever. That's fine. Okay, let's do slightly bigger. There we go. That's looking more like a clock. I'll need to modify all the UI and stuff, but okay. And position-wise, this is all correct, even at a different resolution, right? Yeah. Okay. I mean, the game doesn't really work as much that way. At least not the way I got it going right now, but I guess you can't really play it at that resolution. Okay, so now I just gotta figure out how to place the numbers to then actually show the score there. So that when you try to get, like, it's kind of an odd throw. So then it should be rotating the hand. Yeah, it's because I kind of want to make it... The score clock is going to be the easiest way to show the resetting the score stuff. Okay, So maybe we look at the script just to see. Yeah, so it's not actually that much to think about. Maybe we just throw it in Notepad. Yeah, sine and cosine and stuff. Yeah, it's just it scares me because the UI aspect of it is. I don't know exactly how to do the positioning for UI. But the score clock, yeah, it is coming out of the center of that. I guess I can modify the background a little bit. Yeah, I was gonna say, but that's the whole thing. That's all the pieces of this score clock here. Okay, but the math on this is... So I've got a center vector, a radius, and the distance between the points. So the circumference is 2 times pi times radius. Which I don't... Did it not have, like, a math F? I guess there's no math F for C++. Yeah, okay, so that figures out how many points. And then for each point is an angle, which is whatever number that it is along the thing. Okay, because I could also add this to the pegboard to get the radial pegs. So maybe we mess with that. Okay, so this is spawn pegs square. And then we'll spawn pegs radial. Okay. Spawn pegs radial. And then we'll just slap the code in there for now, despite the fact that it's not. Oh, and this is returning a list of an array of vectors. So then it would be for each point in this spawn pegs radial. If I were to just kind of copy the code, which at this point I am just going to kind of see if I understand the code that somebody else wrote to do the thing that I kind of want to do here, so. Okay, I don't know that I need to put a center in. Radius is probably a good idea. And the distance between the points is very much a good idea. And then this is a list of vector 3s. This is essentially, we're just gonna see if I can translate this. It's really all we're gonna start with here. So yeah, it's gonna complain that it's not returning a list of points. Yeah, it's T or, okay, wait. There we go. And then return. Okay, I need a new list of points. List of vector 3 points. There's a new list of vector 3s. Okay, not new. There we go. List of vector 3 called points that is a new list of vector 3s. And then I return it. Return points. Why are you returning the distance between? What do you mean? This list of vector 3s. You don't know what a list is? You don't know what a list is. Oh look, now you know what a list is. Okay. There we go. Just doing the thing before the other thing. Okay. Let's put this back up at the top here. My code can go underneath of the other code. Okay. So we're skipping over the center. So this, I think I can just pull over. Do I have pi in radius? Is that a thing? So math f.pi. Okay, there we go. So math f.pi. So then the int 32, I guess just an int. Why are you... Jeez, I type in int and it's... I don't know, this other thing? Okay, number of points is equal to... So this math f dot seal to int. Seal to int is the circumference divided by the distance between points. Oh, and then that's where I would have the list of points here. Okay, now for all of these points that I just figured out. The angle is that. Yeah, we're just gonna go line by line and make sure that it's actually translating over. Math.pi. Yeah, again, it's one of those, like, once the math gets a little more difficult, oh look, somebody already did it for me. I guess we're just gonna use that. Yeah, you'd think I would like vibe coding a little more than I do. If I'd like to just use somebody else's code. And then center, it would just be transferred up position. And I think I would if the code were better. What do you mean .x is not a thing? Just because it was capitalized? Yes, okay. Okay, no. We're gonna go line by line. We're not gonna copy paste. So this is math f dot sine as opposed to cosine. And this is dot y. Oh, and then this is add all the points to the... Yeah, because this is a vector 3. New point is a new vector of x, y, and transferred up position.z. .z, how about that? Okay, now points.add the new point. And then return the points. And then I guess we'll leave the code there for now. And then it's just because spawn pegs. And then it's just because spawn pegs radial is not getting used anywhere, so spawn pegs square instead. We're gonna switch it out with spawn Okay, wait. Spawn pegs radial is saying that the radius and the distance. Okay, so that's something different than a couple of for loops. So let's not try to do a bunch of radial things that many times over. Spawn pegs radial. Why are you trying to pass in the width and height? I guess it kind of makes sense. Okay, the radius in this case, we'll just say 5 for funsies, and then 12. Okay, and then it's not spreading out this many pegs along, it's just making... Okay, and then we'll just... I guess skip the for loops. I think it's just as long as it's skipping that, it's fine. Okay. So now hopefully this will be at a distance of 5 or something. It'll spawn. Gosh, this random Unity errors. Any amount of pegs? No pegs. So spawn pegs radial. The radius is 5. The distance between the points is 12. So then the circumference is 2 times pi times the radius. I think the radius is fine. And the distance between points is probably too much if it's trying to do CL to int. Okay, so we do like 1. Let's just try switching it to 1 instead of 12. So... Oh, yeah, I haven't actually spawned the pegs, have I? I just have a list of points to spawn. Yes, okay. That makes more sense. I forgot a step here. Okay, so then the... For each... What in the world? Okay, this is why I haven't... I don't want it to help me, because it just doesn't seem to... Okay, position. And not baseboard. That's not the thing. This thing. Okay, at least it wasn't exploding. I guess that's all I determined there. Okay. It's obviously not the right... Okay, so the position. And then the name is going to be position.x and position.y. I was gonna switch up the music, because I think I've listened to this a couple times. There we go. Yeah, not bad. It's been a couple of go-rounds now. So let's go back to the noise controller's attack one more time. Okay, this is also going to be fairly repeated too, but that's okay. Whatever. Okay, so now hopefully this will loop through all of these newly created packs. Okay, 330. If I can get the radial pay, man, it's that radial scorer menu that is, I think. Yes, because I still got to do menus, I still have audio stuff, I still have Is it along the Y? It is along the Y. Oh, I divided it by 12. So I want to divide it by less. Okay. First, the position is all wrong. So this is a new vector 3. So position dot x, whatever position it happens to be. What was I using here? 0. And then position dot y. Okay, and then instead of 12. So instead of, would that have been 3? Okay, divided by 3 then, I guess. So, is the amount of space between each peg. Well, like in 360? Well, and so will this give me 12 pegs then if I... Well, I guess 11 pegs. Okay, and then it's just gonna give me like way too many pegs if I just do one each. No, okay. Might be a bit tight on the number of pegs there. Okay, so then I can do radius. So I could just throw the width on here. It means once you found a distance you like, you can change the radius and the amount changes to keep the spacing between pegs consistent. Okay. Well, okay, yeah, this will also tell me what that looks like. So hopefully this will give me a concentric set of circles, possibly, maybe, kind of, sort of. I suppose we'll see. Ooh, it did. That is super heckin' neat. So I will need to do a bit bigger of spacing. But, ooh. Party. So this spacing, yeah, I do want to do a bit bigger. 5, maybe? It might be a bit too much. Definitely needs enough for a donut to get around it. And like I said, I can change the baseboard to also be a cylinder, too. That's wild looking. Okay, it's the spacing between the... so the eye. Yeah, I think 5 might be a bit much, so... 3 might be a bit tight, too. Then we might multiply this by spacing, since I have that. To try to space out the rings. There we go. That's looking super cool. might be a bit much in terms of number of rings. Okay, so now need to figure out the baseboard. Okay, so now so this will be the cube base. We'll leave my options open for doing different types of oh, made that for spawning the particles on the shockwave that extends outward in the boss fight. Okay. That's super cool. Yeah, this does save me a little bit of time in terms of trying to figure out the, like, how to get concentric circles to spawn, and then hopefully I can use it for, like, the UI stuff. We'll see. It's just, UI positioning is going to be a little weird. Okay, cylinder. So this is the base cylinder. Let's Goran, it you suck. Why are you so obnoxious? Back to lurking. Well, and I'm only going to be going for another half an hour here. And then I will probably run off for a walk around the block. It doesn't look like it's raining just yet, but it looks like it's wanting to pretty bad. Board. And then you go onto the pegboard. Oops. Positioning wise, at 1. Oh, so then 0. Are you a bit thicker than the, oh, you're twice as thick. Okay, so how about, there we go. We do the concerts, given that baseboard is it's gonna be fun. I guess we'll flip and see. Okay, so oh, and ads. Oh, the width and height are different. Yeah, so for cylinder, it's not gonna. Okay, so the baseboard's gonna be different. Okay, baseboard, cube. Baseboard, cylinder. Yeah, I just don't feel like stopping the ads this time, just right now. No, like I said, it's a good habit. Yeah, I am slowing down. I'm just sitting here like watching TikToks and stuff too. I'm just zoned out. It's just very much getting to be like dinner time and go do something else kind of time and come back and feel refreshed afterward. Okay, it's this baseboard cylinder is not gonna be the local. Okay, the camera still needs to move, but the baseboard, I think I can. So this is baseboard cylinder. And then the local scale for this is going to be not multiplied by the height. I'm just using the width, kind of? That's not even related. Oh, no, it kind of is. Okay, let's just see what it gives me, and then it's not... Yeah, okay, and this was also transforming its position. The position actually doesn't need to move in this case. And the camera's going to be all off. Oh, wait, that means the camera also doesn't need to move. If I am going to, in fact... Yeah, okay. Two things. So... Yeah, okay, because I'm not using... So I'm going to do this radio thing instead. Camera doesn't need to move, and then I need to actually set the base cube. Okay, wait. Let's rename you. Base cube. And then you can have the base cube. And then base cylinder. Let's not forget to just apply that to the fab. Okay, so now let's see what that does. Okay, the width of the baseboard is a little off. Let's see. I gotta figure out the camera and stuff too. It's gonna be a lot of pegs. Okay, so let's do less on the pegs. Instead of, yeah, okay, the width is a lot, so maybe more like 5? That might be too little. We'll see. Do I need to like just double the Okay, what happens if I double it? I don't think it's a straight doubling. I think it's some kind of extra math related to circles. But for now, let's just do a doubling and see. Where does that put the sizing? Is it pi divided by 2? Feels like it might be a pi divided by 2 kind of thing. Or maybe it is a doubling. The positioning feels just a little off there. Okay, I do need to change the position of the camera and the rings. Can I kind of tell where the... It's not minus like spacing or something, right? Is it gonna be a minus spacing divided by 2 or something, or it looks a little off. We'll see if this. Yeah, I should be working on the radial scoring menu thing. Yeah, okay, so I think the rest of the day is probably gonna be menus and audio. Well, okay, it'll be scoring, menus, and audio. Because then that'll be at least the pegboard you can play with, the roguelike aspects may or may not be added. That's closer. Is this even the right size? It might be the right size. So base cylinder. If I scoot you just a little bit this way, and I scoot you just a little bit that way. Yeah, okay, that does look like it can contain the entire pegboard here. How much did I scooch it? And where was it at? Huh. So it wasn't even moving. -1 is too much, or is it? -1 might be correct, and then this one's... So if I do 2.5, or is it too much? Kinda hard to tell if that's... That looks like that might be too much. I mean, 1 seems about right. This doesn't... Like, why this number? Yeah, because if I do nothing... Oh, maybe it is just... Oh, maybe A... Just need to scooch it there. Okay, okay, because spacing is 2, right? Or what is the spacing? Yeah, spacing is 2. So then minus spacing. So this one I think I don't need. And this one is divided by 2. Not that I'm gonna mess with the spacing, but... Oh, and this is each concentric circle, right? Because I could parent it to a different object, and then I could spin those. And that'll be wild, having different circles spinning in different directions, different speeds, maybe. You don't seem to have moved this much. What the fucking hell? What the fuck? Yeah, -1. What the fucking hell? What the fucking hell? Not that I need to be busting out actual curse words, but they're so easy to just slot into things. Okay. The baseboard cylinders. Oh, that's the local scale. I'm messing with the local scale, not the positioning. Herb to derp. That's why I'm getting confused. Okay. So I don't need to mess with the... There. Okay, the local scale is that. Now let's just shift it. Okay, now that it should be... Now let's see. They're both the same again. So then what does it feel like it needs to be shifted to? Okay, now both of these feel like they need to be shifted just a little bit. And is that by 1 or by half? What? Okay, why does that feel like it's some weird fraction? But if I do this as a -1, no. So then it says 0.5. Is that right? That's hard to tell. Moment of truth testing WebGL shader robot bake. I should probably do a web build test too. Okay, how about 0.25? Is that the right positioning? It's really hard to tell as to like. Okay, so then we do transform to position is. Okay, so that's the cylinder's position. And in this case, I want it to be spacing divided by 4 is kind of what it looks like. For some reason, it looks like that, kind of. Again, that's probably more like pi divided by something, but that's okay. Okay. Well, okay. I made the pegboard, and now I'm completely remaking the pegboard. That's maybe not a great idea, but I think I think it is a little more thematic to also have loops of. Well, I'm just kind of saying circles are loops, which kind of sort of, yeah. It looks a little more centered. Sure, why not? I don't know why it's that exactly, but. Oh, and it is 4 o'clock, so I could call it quits for now. Go for a walk, eat some dinner. Oh, and then that's gonna spawn. What just happened? How did you land on top of nothing? What are you landing on? What? What collider are you hitting? Oh, this cylinder still has a collider. A capsule collider. Oh, you butt. Okay. And then add a component that is physics mesh collider instead. Okay, let's see if that does it. We rating a randomness? I mean, if I mean, kind of whoever's doing GMTK, then yeah, probably. Okay, yeah, so obviously still need to mess with the camera and stuff for that, but that works. Yeah, it's like I get scared reading like a big. It's because it's got 2 A's. Errormus? There we go. Yeah, I am adding an extra syllable in there. I don't know. That's like I was doing 8 gon too. I don't know how to pronunciate nothing. It's got 2 A's. That's why I want to like Aaron. That's how I keep reading it. Why are you doing this? Okay, again, this is gonna reset my computer. Shut down the computer, reset the computer. Ooh, the passengers are working. Yeah, feel free to throw more videos on the Discord. I was gonna say, who else is doing making a human not something or other? Learning Unreal. There's gotta be somebody else doing GMTK, right? Game Dev Mondays. Shader fails on WebGL. Ruh-roh. Yeah, okay, is doing GMTK. Yeah, some of the bigger streamers and stuff, I think it's a little intimidating to raid, but yeah, it's always kind of funny to see like has like a ton of people and then not a ton of conversation either.
What's more fun than doubling a rocket but tripling it? For I in range.
Does it say followers? Oh, there's followers. Yeah, 3,000. But we can raid over here.
Range 2.
Then I'm gonna go eat and hopefully
Get
get to a point of
ran.
yeah, figure out the scoring and menus and audio and stuff. I think is the next steps.
45.
And then I'll be back at, let's see, if I'm taking off at 4, I might make it 5. Well, okay, I typically come back at 6. I don't know. It might be 5:30. I'm not going to spend a ton of time with dinner and stuff. Oh, balance is off the asteroids. That looks crazy.
Decent meta where like you can't just hit
That's
it.
really neat. Okay.
You kind of want to come in at it like an angle like this.
Okie dokie.
Destroying
I'll be
the
back
rocket
at,
gives you a reset.
yeah, let's say 5:30. Hour and a half. I'll be back in an hour and a half.
Quite interesting.
Okay, bye.
I wonder how many rockets.
Yeah, I need a nap. We'll see. Food'll help. Bye.